I'm here. Crazy Pepe's like, I'm first. Oh man. I saved a picture of the poll before it closed out, and I think 113 votes is not a bad amount of votes already. So I'll probably just keep the poll having ended there, um, and just modify the numbers that I've got. 14%, 17%, 34%. Okay, so I went ahead and updated that, so I've got that information. So 113 people voted on the price prediction for the day today, and it was the big winner was 35 to 40 plus with 35% of the votes. 30 to 35 came in as second with 34% of the votes. 25 to 30 had the 17%, and 20 to 25 had 14%. So some big differences in values there. I had to move over. I had to move my stream over to a different server that I have. Not a server, but a different a bandwidth. So I'm on 5G now. So hopefully, I am kind of far away from my router, but the 5G it might have more latency, but probably has better speeds. And I think as far as keeping the stream going, I think I don't think it's I think it's the speed that's killing me, not the latency. So drop packets is probably more acceptable than low speeds. So hopefully we have this resolved, and I'll just go ahead and pick up from where I left off before I ended the stream. Well, I didn't end it before it got forced ended. Let's see here. Vortex is what we had last updated. I need to move on to the options chain. Highest amount of volume for the options currently at $34 strike prices, which is where it was at an hour ago. An hour ago it was 19,000 contracts. It is currently 20.4. So it didn't increase a whole lot. It's kind of starting to slow down a little bit. On the put side of things, at a $25 strike price, it went from 8.6 thousand contracts an hour ago to 6.8. No, 9.3. Sorry. So we have more than a 2-to-1 ratio in volume between the two. Taking you over to the main screen, orders by Fidelity customers. We currently have AMC in 8th position with a very good, it's still a very strong 62% buy to 38% sell ratio. Those numbers look pretty good. GME had slipped, I think, to 16th an hour ago. Still in 16th position with a very strong 78% bias to 22% sales. Guys, I am still seeing DRS being pushed very, very heavily. Super, super heavily. So all I can say about that is that we've seen GME's, since they've been DRSing their shares, we have seen GME's volume extremely low, and it's not a good thing. No volume, no price discovery. So just throwing that out there. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Nothing. Currently, there's 9.5 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 41.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts, and out of the money call options are still under 100K, which is good. Hey there. NASDAQ is up 1.11, Dow Jones is up 0.65, the S&P 500 is up 1.04. We currently have more advancers than decliners with 4,205 advancers to 3,370 decliners. The VIX is pretty much getting down to almost breaking even at 0.05% up. Tesla is up 4.33%, Hood is down 2.94, Amazon is down 0.56, Cinemark is down 3.79, Doge is up 0.96, Bitcoin is up 1.49, GME is down 2.57, and AMC is up 1.65. Our inflow versus outflow actually has a 16-point spread, which is, I think, 1 point higher than it was an hour ago, yet we're up even more in price. Our total volume for the day today, I was predicting between 25 to 55 million shares having been traded I'm sorry, 25 to 45 million shares by the end of the day today. Well, let's see what kind of pace we're on right now. Mm, looks like we're on pace for about 48.7 million shares traded for the day today, which is getting really darn close to that value that I'm kind of predicting or thinking that we might have. 25 to 45. Now I was thinking that I might be on the low side, but this is actually dropping right down into that range quite nicely. Nicely in a bad kind of way. Data. Let's see, what do we got going on here? On the daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.69. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure with a crossover in the last hour with an RSI of 54.44. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.7. And on a 5-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.78. I technically think, like, for the most part, let me drag this over and show this to you. So earlier this morning, I said to you guys, I really felt like we were kind of heading on tracking like what we looked like last Thursday. Look at this. Look at that. Look where we ended at in contrast. I mean, this is last Thursday's data. I wonder if I stretch it out now, if it looks. Actually, I think it just ends there. What happened for the rest of the day? So it looks like we tracked most of this portion of price here, and then we started to deviate away from it. So if I were to take a sampling of the whole day, and move it over, you'll see that we deviated from the price movements of that day just a hair. That's an exact comparison. So there's some similarities here. I haven't adjusted the size or anything like that. This is a very direct comparison of day over day. And to me, it looks like if I were to shrink it down just a tad bit, this might line up a little bit better. We'll just keep watching this. Empire Fire coming in with the first. Definitely not first. That was for you, Empire Fire. Only the volume was like way too low. Oh no. I gotta get used to turning the volume back up. Let me see if this sounds better. It's a slow clap. The slow clap for Empire Fire coming in with the first, like obviously not first. You gotta love it. I'm trying to look for like some kind of some resemblance of some kind of pattern here. Um, I'd say just an ascending parallel channel is what it really kind of looks like right now, but let me just see if that's really the case. Kind of looks like it. Something something around that is what we're kind of looking like, which should be a bearish indicator, meaning that when we break out of this, we will probably break out going down. Well, if you got a slow mind, Empire Fire, so do I. We're all smooth brained around here. Nobody's exceptional. Oh man, I'm gonna have to take down the Christmas lights here soon, guys. When do they come down? Do they come down after New Year's? Is that like the day? What do you guys think? New Year's or huh, where did that go? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was flashing volume. So I'm working with this Stream Deck and I wanted to add in one of my buttons in there and I was watching the stream and I didn't have OBS pulled up and I was like clicking the button going like, why isn't it popping up on there? There's my general rules and volume analysis. I've got a lot of cool things I'm adding to the Stream Deck here. Thanks to my brother and sister-in-law getting that for me. Pulling through. Leave them up till January 2nd. Easter? Duncan says Easter? Oh man. Out of curiosity, Duncan, do you do Christmas lights in Denmark? Is that a thing? Like what is that? Like is that I don't even know if that's a normal thing everywhere. I've actually honestly never gone. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've traveled the world during Christmas time ever. So I'm really not sure what Christmas is like other places. I learned something new from Duncan. For those of you who didn't know, they actually celebrate the day before. Well, at least that's what he posted. What did he say? He said, yeah, the evening of the 24th. Roberto says I put mine up super late. I'm taking them down January 5th. MCOM wants 30. What's 30? Oh man, tell me you didn't buy options. Tell me you didn't buy options. Actually, I didn't really zoom in on the pictures that Duncan sent me, but I think that there's some really. I would love to share these pictures, but I just don't know if I should. Can I share those pictures, Duncan, or we celebrate the day after? We celebrate on Christmas Day. That is Christmas Day. We celebrate on Christmas Day. Can I share your pictures of food? I think it looks really yummy. Who cooked? That looks like turkey. That really looks like turkey. Who cooked it? That's gotta be turkey. There's Duncan's meal, his Thanksgiving meal. Man, it looks so yummy. Look at those taters. Those look like taters in like a, I'm not sure what it looks like maybe gravy? Is that taters and gravy? Almost looks like a, but the way that the taters are glistening, it almost makes it look as though, as if maybe that's a, oh, you know what that is? That's just the pad that's underneath the underneath the plate. It looks like a cork pad. I thought those taters were sitting in some kind of gravy. But yeah, he's got some taters there. He's got some turkey that looks like it looks like crusted, uh, maybe like a Parmesan cheese or some kind of crusted turkey. It looks really, oh, it's duck. Very traditional Danish food, duck, and I did in the oven with the roast. And yes, it is the pad. Yeah, the roast. So that's duck. Okay, interesting. Got some yams going on. Um, really cool. That's not the only picture. Let me see here. Um, let's see. Open. I have not had duck for um, I have not had duck before on a Thanksgiving. I'm pretty sure I've had duck, but I've never had it on like a Thanksgiving or Christmas. And that also some more duck, I would assume. And then you have these look like a different type of taters, but I'm not positive. It looks like it could be some kind of sweet dish, some kind of sweet taters maybe. And then this down here, I'm not even sure. That to me looks like cabbage. If I had to guess, that's some kind of pickled cabbage. Caramelized potatoes and red cabbage. Okay. Yeah. Very, very good. And there's the turkey or there's the gravy right there. You can see the gravy. That's awesome, man. And I won't open up the other picture. I actually didn't see the other picture until just now. I just now seen the other picture. That's so cute. He sent me a picture of his family, and that's actually Duncan's not the only person who sent me a picture. Tim sent me a picture of him and his family. Happy holiday Christmas wishes, and I thought that was really cool. You guys don't have to do that. Don't feel like you ever feel like you need to do that. But I think it's it was really touching on my part to see pictures from you guys, um, getting to see the families and the celebrating. It's really cool. Really, really cool. I'm glad you guys had time to spend family time. Really super cool. Hello there. Can't make out the name, but hello. Derek says, "Seen it Sir Duncan just seemed wrong. I have never had that, and I've heard about it, and I've seen it in the store, but I've never gone out on a limb and gotten the Turduncan. It really just kind of seems odd. For those of you who don't know what a Turduncan is, it's a duck stuffed inside of a wait. It's a I think it's a chicken stuffed inside of a duck stuffed inside of a turkey. Am I right? I think I'm saying that right. and it's yeah, duck, chicken, and turkey, and you cook them all together, and that just sounds like too much danger to me. I would rather I would rather deep fry a turkey than worry about whether or not my inner temperatures on my chicken, duck, turkey is right. I'm one of those people that struggles with inner temperatures, and I would be stressing completely cooking one of those. I'll stick to the deep fry. Duncan saying, hopefully we're not looking at this next Christmas. Hopefully. And MCon's gonna go to lunch now. Couldn't take it. Too much lunch talk. Well, it is lunch 30. Oh, you said it was a pork roast. Ah, okay. The pork roast. So the duck was the darker meat, and then the pork roast. What was on the other? What was on the roast? Was that it looked like a breading of some sorts. Was it like a? Um, was there breading on it? Like a cheesy breading? Pork rinds. Perfect. Well, can't do any better than pork rinds on pork. If you ever do, for those of you who ever do like a low carb diet, pork rinds are one of those things you can eat, and they actually do make really good breadings on meats. So if you're going for that low carb, buy pork rinds, smash them up, and stick them onto your meat. Super, super good. A little bit of egg, some pork rinds sticking to it. Yummy. Why am I talking about food? Because AMC is not doing anything today, guys. It's not. I know we're up 2%, but it's really just not doing a whole lot of anything today. Not a whole lot of anything. It seems like, it seems like it just broke out right here. Um, I have a sneaking suspicion that there's like a bigger pattern here that I'm just not seeing if I moved out to like the 5 minute. Um, I mean, in all honesty, we're on this we're on this head and shoulders here, and we're just waiting for the breakout. We're waiting for the here's your head or your shoulder, your leading shoulder, your head, and then your trailing shoulder. And I think we're waiting for this breakout. Sean saying we broke above the 20-day SMA. Oh, okay. Sean can read. I can't read that. Sean can read Hello's name up there. It's Yazid, apparently. I tried to believe it or not, guys, like most of my family already knows about AMC. And since I stream this 9 hours a day, 5 days a week, I tried not to talk about AMC. It didn't work. I still ended up talking about AMC. I can't help myself. I just can't. Um, it's really tough. But did you guys, out of curiosity, did you guys have a chance to talk to anybody about AMC? Did you have any family members that inquired about what it was that you were up to? Derek said, I think high 40s we run. So one of the numbers that um, I have people trying to talk to me. Um, One of the numbers that I kind of have right now going on is that number that you'll see up top up here, specifically 3264. If we break 3264, I think we actually start running. That's kind of that's the 200 MA for the daily interval. And so I think if we break past that, I think that would be a huge buy um, indicator. So I really think we start seeing some massive running if we can break past that number, break past it solidly, not just a break past, but just a really good push past that number, and you're going to see this thing just absolutely rip. Anthony's saying I've given up telling family and friends down to 20s from 70s makes me sound crazy to them. WM, welcome back. I hear you, man. I hear you. Back in in January and February, nothing. You haven't missed a whole lot right now, WM. You haven't missed a whole lot. We'll do another technical analysis in about 25 minutes. Back in February, when I first started talking about AMC to other people, I kind of had this rule that I had set up for myself, um, to where I just wasn't going to talk to people about AMC once it broke. I think it was $50. Yeah, 50. And the reason being is that I felt like once it hit $50, that would be kind of a point of no return, to where if somebody were to buy in at $50, the potential for it to drive back down and be kind of a difficult holding pattern, very similar to what we saw in late January and February, being a possibility. Lo and behold, if you got in above 50 on the run up, then yeah, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. So that was kind of one of the things where I kind of felt like there was a obligation on my part to avoid risk for potential other buyers of AMC, like not talking to people about AMC because um, they it's really rough to get into a position where you see some upwards momentum, or maybe the very first thing you see is downwards momentum, and that's all you see for months on end, right? How many, like if somebody got in at 50 on the backside of this thing, um, they're down a lot. They're down a lot. Um, it helps you to form your diamond hands to go through something like that and still hold. But I would feel really crummy trying to help somebody to get into something like AMC and then not have them prepared for what was to come. So I always had 50 as kind of like the limit to where I would stop talking to people. Um, I think I still would probably maintain that number even now. Even now, if I was going to talk to somebody, I would probably still maintain that just because I think I'm not saying that I think they would run back down again, but I just think it's kind of like one of those points where it's like if you're just not in by 50, then you're probably just not really supposed to be in. it'd be right. Think about that. Think about let's say this thing started running up and we hit like 50 by the end of the week. Let's just pretend for a minute. So we hit 50 by the end of the week. They're in on this thing. This thing drives up to like $120 and then drops back down to 60 again. Very similar to like how GME did in their run up. Like those are going to be the guys who end up selling at like 70, 80, $90. They make a good profit, but they miss out on like the really big good chunk of money and end up hating themselves for the rest of their lives. And I would hate being responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? Like I would hate being that person. Like sure, yeah, they got some money out of it, great. But I would hate being that person that because there's always those woulda, shoulda, couldas out there all the time, and that's not going to make people angry. What makes people angry is when they're not prepared for what's going to happen in the future. They get into a stock, they sell too early, and the next thing they know, they missed out on life-changing money. I think that's more harmful. I don't know. I could be wrong. Anthony says, I think Charles Payne was onto something when he tweeted about 45 and we mooned. Last time we touched that, they went crazy and dropped us to 20. And then Derek said, had one buddy bitching about being down a couple hundred. Shit, I'm down thousands and cool with it. Janice said, me too. I talk about it way too much. I mean, just be careful, guys. Like I think the one thing you need to remember is that we have a community. That's what, at least that's what I've tried to, provide is a community. And if you're going to talk to people about this, like, don't just leave them with a whole buy and hold message, right? Like, I mean, that's cool. That's great. That's like a really easy thing to just say, buy and hold. But like, really let people know what it is that they're getting involved in. Let them know that there's oftentimes people who get into this stock are going to see large losses before they ever see any gains. And that they have to, that's what buying and holding means is that you're going to get that pressure applied at some point, and then when it does release or when it takes off in price, that's you kind of paid your dues in a sense. And um and I have to say, like, I mean, I legit really only know like three people who've never been down on this stock before. One of them is my son. um and I can't even remember who the other two are, but I know one of you was a viewer here on the show, and I don't remember who the third person was. But like, I mean, legit, it's very, very rare to find somebody who wasn't down at some point in this stock. And when I say down, I'm talking like pretty hefty down, not just a little bit, but pretty hefty. So be careful. Be careful when you talk to people. Make sure that they understand what it is that they're getting involved in, and not just leaving them with the idea that they're going to have an opportunity of a lifetime because you can sell it so easily like that, right? I mean, it's so easy to say, "Oh yeah, you're going to buy into the stock and be a millionaire." It's like, "Oh, sign me up. I got a bridge to sell you too." Like, no, no, no. You gotta tell them the whole story. You can't just leave them with the not the full picture, the full struggles that are involved with it, because it has been a struggle, right? I feel like it has been for me, for a lot of people, a lot of people. We have this sense of I want my money and I want it now. I hate that commercial. I hate that with a passion. I really just despise that commercial. All I see is just greedy people when I see that commercial. Every time I see it, I go like, you greedy people. I don't know. I feel like we've earned it doing what we've done. I do. It's been tough. It's it's so backwards. Like this whole idea of doing what it is that we're doing is so backwards. Um, I mean, 5% losses, 7% losses usually in a stock, and I run. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I would have traded in the past. You hit like a 7% down point, and you're just kind of at some point you're kind of like, all right, time to look for a better investment, because this just ain't it. But yet, if I would have just kept all my money throughout the years exactly where I had it and never touched it, I would have been so much better off. But I didn't know that. I didn't know. I had no idea if current me could go back in time and say to past me, just hold everything. Hold everything. It doesn't matter what it is. I don't care how much it's going to go down. Just keep holding it forever. Hold it, hold it, hold it until you're ready to finally exit the market completely. I'd have been a millionaire. I'd have been so deep into this stock. I'd have made everybody's portfolios look ridiculous. I would have been super deep. But nope. Always trying to chase the money. That's always kind of how it's been in the past. This is different. Sean's saying Thursday's high 29.43. We break that and we run. Not financial advice. Not financial advice. See, and I feel like Sean, it's those things that worry me the most right now. Is that um, I'm seeing a lot of really good indicators I want to tell you guys about. Really cool stuff, and I'm not telling you about it because I feel like YouTubers are being weaponized right now. Um, I think the pattern signals are there to be able for us to sit there and tell you some really amazing things are about to happen. But I don't want to do that because I'm afraid of us being weaponized to retail, and I don't want to be that person. So we need to sit back. We need to step back and just watch. I think this is kind of a time for us to step back, take a breather. It's the end of the year, and just see what happens, and not be overly confident one way or the other. I think this is a good time for reflection, right? Isn't that what the new year is for? OBV on what time interval, Sean? What time interval? Because if you're gonna say day, I know where you're going with it. I know where you're going with it. And it's not, no, it's not OBV. If that's the question, it's not OBV. Because if you look at the day, it's not looking as pretty. There's other indicators. Yeah, the daily. I value your guys' advice, thoughts, and explanations too. But I don't want to be weaponized. The last thing I want to have happen is for me to sit here and tell you guys that I see, um, what is that song? With that raspy, I see, something. I see, what? Dang it, who is that? It's like one of the most popular Christmas songs of all time. Um, Somebody help me out. I see something. He's got that real raspy voice. Um, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. That's it. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be. I want to be that guy that's like sings that song to you. I see a wonderful world, and then a week from now we're crashing down in price. Not like crashing in a bad way, but just like not what I would have expected. But and I expect this. I actually expressed this to other YouTubers as well. Um, I had a meeting with last night with, I'm not even gonna say who, but there was at least three other YouTubers on there, and so I feel like they're kind of popular ones too. Not some of the big ones, but some of the more popular ones right now are up and coming ones. And and I expressed my fears about us being weaponized, all of us YouTubers, because of some of the indicators that we see happening, that could potentially be used to generate income in the derivatives. So Sean says, changing subject, do you think GME will halt news pending this week? Ooh, what news is pending? Let's check that out. Oh wait, they have their ooh, Sean's gonna make me break it out. Our week's menu. I got this for Christmas. I also got this from my I won this in a contest at our family party. But this is our week's menu. What day am I getting to put this on, Sean? When is the announcement? This is gonna be the first thing I write down on here. I'm gonna write it down for the day so that we don't forget. We need to have our week's menu. We need to have a menu on what's on the menu to expect for the week. And and I'm gonna add to this. We're gonna drop the bomb. Oh, Sean just dropped the bomb on the news pending this week. What is it? What is the news pending and when is it? We need to know. Sean got the first bomb. I know, steroid bro. I hear you, man. Wind moon, wind moon. That is always the question. And patience is key, friend. Patience is key. Um, I think we have a period of time that we have to get past here. We have a period of time in the derivatives market that's kind of stopping us a little bit. The loop ring news. That's what it was. I couldn't remember what it was called. Yeah, the loop ring stuff. Let me check it out and see. Uh, let's let's see when their news. Let's see if they have an advanced press release on that. Hmm. Darn, I really wanted to add something to this whiteboard here. I don't see current news on it. Hmm. Let me go to their website and see if there's anything there. Going to the investor relations for the company. No. I don't see anything there. Darn, I really wanted to add something to the whiteboard. Well, it'll probably be a surprise when it happens. Yeah, so for those of you guys who are saying AMC is flat, what's going on with it? Well, I drew out, I copied last Thursday's price movements and then kind of pasted them over here to see what we would look like if we were to follow that movements because we were having very identical price movements in the beginning portion of the morning, and you can see here where some of these periods of time are tracking just a little bit off, like an inverse sine wave kind of movement to what we saw. Um, but there might be just a little bit of a timing issue in here as well. Like if I were to shrink this down just a tad, I think it lines up much better. But I'm leaving it I'm trying to leave it untouched so that's exactly overlapping. But it looks like a really familiar Thursday. I get rid of this. I mean, essentially, I think I'm trying to remember. I think last week it was a little bit, yeah, it was a little more pronounced last week to where the end of the day really kind of looked like it was just going to be like this. Like you could take these last 2 points right here, drive like a wedge across, and the wedge started out like small at first, right? So you'd see something a little bit like this um, here, perhaps, and then we'd have a breakout at some point. We'd have a breakout, and so you'd have to draw the wedge. Oops, you'd have to draw the. Come on, wedgie. You draw the point out, and then end up closing like that, pretty much. So like the day was like, I mean, I mean, today feels very, very similar. So if I just kind of cruise back over to today and do something very similar, we're not quite there yet to where I can draw the points, but it's probably going to be this point here and probably this point here, and draw like a ray pattern from there. It'll probably look something along the lines of something like this, probably. And that's just kind of guesstimating, roughly. Yishin, I really think it's the derivatives market. I think that's what we're waiting on. I think the maximum amount of money is trying to be collected out of the derivatives market right now. I'm not going to cover those. I can pull them up for you if there's something specific that you want to see data-wise. Like if there's something you want to see for data, but I am strictly AMC and I don't cover other stocks, unfortunately. But if you just want to see the data, because for whatever reason you want to see the data, let me know and I'll pull it up for you so you can see it. No, I don't think that long, Anthony. I mean, I think. Let me think about that for a second. I think so long as there's money to be made in the derivatives market, uh, this this sideways trading will probably continue on. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, yeah, I know. I know exactly what you're talking about. The 21st, I think it's the 21st date. I think that's the big one. I don't think. I think so long as there's money to be made in the derivatives, I think that we're going to see this stall. But I don't think that that's going to continue to happen. I think at some point, I think people are going to start getting smart, and they're going to realize what's being happening here or what's happening, and they're going to catch on to this, and they're going to stop playing the options because they're just not going to. It's not cutting them any money. When that happens, when retail finally smartens up and decides to stop playing that game, that's when you'll see changes. But the the they that used to be the hedge funds is currently long institutions. So our they is no longer the short hedge funds. Our they is now the long institutions who loan shares. And they want to make money on this. And they have this cornered right now. And they can turn the switch on and off for price. And we've seen it happen several times throughout the last couple of weeks. Have you ever seen a kid who walks into a room and for the very first time has reached that right height to where he can turn the lights on and off? And what does he do? On off, on off, on off, on off, on off. That's you have a kid you have a kid right here who just found a light switch. That's what you have. And they're making money every time they turn the light switch on and off. And then you have YouTubers. I say it like I'm not one of them because apparently I am now. And these YouTubers, they're sitting here saying like all these indicators, they're pointing up, 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 and meanwhile the kids over there, it's like us YouTubers, it's like if we're sitting there clapping as the kid's turning the light on and off, we're going yay every time he turns the light on, we go yay, and then he turns the light off and we're like, and we're silent, and then he turns the light back on, and you're like yay, and then he turns the light switch back off, and then we're just that's what's happening. There's a game being played here. And at some point, the parents are going to realize, okay, we've had enough of this, us being the parents, retail, and they're going to smarten up to this. You're going to be like, no. And the kid goes to touch the light switch. No, stop. I'm getting annoyed. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take some time for us to learn. But I think we will learn, and I don't think it'll be till the 21st. Um, I think we'll learn before then, but it's going to take some time. I don't need, yeah. Hopefully we learn before the 21st, because that would be a great opportunity. The damage has already been done. I can already tell you that, guys. They've got to find, as it stands by my numbers, they've got to find about 30 million shares by mid to late January before those failure to deliver start kicking in. So even if we don't have like a gamma squeeze through the options, those failure to delivers is going to start kicking in by middle to late May. And once, excuse me, once those options or those short having a hard time talking here. As soon as those failure to delivers start hitting the T35 cycle and they start mandating that they go to the market to buy them, that's when the price will start running. So even if retail doesn't learn their lesson by the 21st, mid to late January, we're going to see run-ups due to failure to deliver purchases that are going on. According to my numbers that I'm seeing right now, they got 30 million that they got to find between then. It was 35. They found 5 million shares in like the last week or so, but we were down to 30. The run-up a year ago in January, and yes, I am saying a year ago, even though it's not January yet, uh, was 27 million. So we're still above that number, which is a good thing. Today, according to Ortex, they're reporting that they found close to just a little over 500,000 shares. So we'll see how that. Yeah, it's actually 750,000 now. And it's 12:02, so it's time to take a look at everything. Let me put my whiteboard away and we'll get to it. Let me update my screens here. I hope you guys all had a great Christmas. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, um, I hope you had some nice time off. I never really thought about that before. Like you just get time off. Is that I never really thought about it from another perspective, like how it would make me feel, I guess. I don't know. Alrighty, moving on to the other page. Me like getting all philosophical and then cutting off mid this is what happens. My brain thinks all over the place. I can't help it. That's ADD talking. It's ADD and no filter on the mouth. Um, let's look at the off exchange. What do we got going on there? Off exchange reporting 56.56, and then CBOE EDGX is at 10.47. So not a whole lot of change there in the last hour. It is pretty maxed out, not all the way, but it's still got some room to be used. Updating that vortex one more time again, even though I know I just did it. Currently showing an additional 100,000 shares having been found and returned, putting us that's gonna lower that estimated short share interest of the free float down a little bit further to 19.08. And then if we update options, those have been really kind of interesting today. I this is kind of what I've been talking about, guys. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, look at the amount of and I know this isn't all retail, but look at the amount of options that are open at a $34 strike price. I don't really see price action right now that would kind of warranted a $34 strike price call options. But nonetheless, we have them. But then if you go down and you look at the $50 contracts, the $50 strike prices, 18.2 thousand contracts for 50 bucks by the end of this week, guys. I mean, you either broke out like an amazing crystal ball or like and you know something, which I mean, I think a lot of us kind of do know something, but like I don't know if those are good gambles. I don't know if those are good gambles. I think they're bad gambles because I don't think that we're in control right now. The kid's playing with the light switch and we're clapping. So at a $34 strike price an hour ago, there was 20.4 thousand contracts. There's now 20.9. So it's definitely slowing down. On the put side, at a $25 strike price an hour ago, there's 9.3. There's not now 9.9. So still a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. Um, moving over to the other page, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is still in eighth position with a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. That was much stronger earlier in the morning and has kind of been declining. So the buy ratio has been dropping somewhat. As long as we're over 60-40, I'm okay. 61-39 is getting on the hairy edge, but I still, it is what it is. GME had dropped to 16th position in volume an hour ago, and it's at 19th. So their volume is heavily dropping off, but they have a great buy to sell ratio, 78 to 22. I wish that of our stock. I really do. I wish we had our volume with GME's buy to sell ratio. It's amazing. If we did, we would just be starbound, moonbound. No new shares loaned out in the last hour, putting our total of shares loaned for the day today at 3.2 million. 9.5 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 41.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts, and we're still under 100K on the out of the money options for the calls, which is good. Anything less than 100K is good. Uh, Obviously, the lower the better. Man, we're gonna have some kind of breakout here any minute. You can just tell by the way it's consolidating here. Let me just check this trend channel real quick. Okay, I think this is gonna break up. So the trend channels, the trend is saying that it's a downwards price movement, and you have volume falling, which is bullish. So it looks like we might have a breakup here. And if I pulled out a 5-minute interval, you'd probably see a flagpole with a pennant. Let's try that real quick here, just for shits and giggles. 2701. Let's see. 10 o'clock to 11:45. So 45 minutes. The flag portion of this should end at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Wait, is that right? 10 to 11:40. No, that's an hour and 45 minutes. My bad. So 12:45, 13:15. So we should have a breakout in 5 minutes. So it's like due to breakout here, like any second, like 5 minutes away. And it looks like it might actually be going right now. That's kind of funny. We'll see. We'll see. It should be a breakout going up. We'll play some. Should we play some music for it? What do we play for this? Here we go. I feel the heartbeat. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's some heavy bass. Can you feel it? I don't know if you guys can feel that. If you're listening to it, man, that is some serious heartbeat. NASDAQ is up 1.17. The Dow Jones is up 0.64. The S&P 500 is up 1.1. The market is advancing over declining with 4,143 advancers to 3,430 decliners. The VIX is pretty much breaking even for the day-to-day. Tesla is up 4.06. Hood is down 2.88. Amazon is down 0.64. Cinemark is down 4.19. Doge is up 1.58. Bitcoin is up 2.19. GME is down 1.85. AMC is up 1.61%. Our inflow versus outflow. Currently a 18-point spread. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for the day today. Looks like we're on pace for 41.4 million shares having been traded for the day today, which is definitely a little bit low. Here comes, I'm still doing the heartbeat. On the daily interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.53. On the hour interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.47. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 55.97. And on a 5-minute interval, we had a crossover in the last 5 minutes with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI of 56.28. And there it goes, breaking. That should get a bomb. The bomb drop. Yeah, it was just a heartbeat. It was just a heartbeat. If you couldn't hear that heartbeat, I don't know. It's very, very bassy, so if your speakers can't handle it, maybe that's why you can't hear it. Super, super bassy. Oh, music? I didn't turn music on. I just did. I decided to go. I've got 3 different musics up here. One's called Happy, one's called Mountains, and one's called Spruce. I didn't know which one to play. Maybe we spruce things up a little bit. There we go. Spruce. I don't want to talk during the music. I feel like it's a distraction. It's too nice. It's too nice to talk over. Did I ever eat a pine tree? Why is that so funny to me? I've never eaten a pine tree, but I've eaten the molecules of pine sol in the air. If you grew up around pine sol as a kid, like, there's no way you didn't eat some of that somehow. It's just so thick in the air. I can't talk over this. I don't know what it is, guys. I can't work and talk over music. It's like not possible for me to do. It's that ADD. Like it is literally the ADD. I kid you not, like my mind, if I hear music while I'm trying to do something, my mind shuts down and it's either I listen to music, I either listen to music and enjoy it, or I do the other thing. And I can't do both. I just can't. As a musician, it's probably one of the worst things for me because Um, and for those of you who are musicians, you'll know exactly what it is I'm talking about, but you probably won't experience it the way that I do. Uh, as a musician, when you're playing with a group of people and the music is pure, you have like this great vibe and you're just in the moment of the music. I get so caught up in the moment of the music that I forget what I'm doing. And I've, I, it's like my mind wants to like just marvel in the beauty of the music, but the minute that as soon as my mind wanders onto like, hey, listen to that, it's so beautiful. The minute that happens, everything else in my body shuts down. It's just like, nope, not doing anything else any longer. You said listen. so, so I have to kind of tune out everybody else and just do my thing. And it's really difficult to do. Hence the reason why I'm no longer a musician. The music was just for that moment, JP. It was just for that moment, designed for it. Spruce. Spruce goose. What was everybody's favorite Christmas gift? I'll tell you guys a story while I'm waiting to see your answers. I had this one year where I went over to some friend's house for Thanksgiving, and it was us, some friends that we knew, and then some of their friends, other friends that they knew. So it was three families, and we all clicked really well together. We were having an amazing night. It was a lot of fun. We were talking, and it was an awesome night up to dinner. And it got to dinner time, and we all sat down at the table, and Matt Singer, I'll never forget his name. I don't even have contact with him anymore. I have no idea where he's at or what he does anymore. But funniest guy in the whole wide world. Um, like I just him and I mesh together like I don't know what meshes together. Coffee beans and trying to get rid of perfume smells out of your nose. That's what we mesh like. And we sit down to have dinner, and he says maybe we should say a little prayer, be thankful for what we're thankful for, and just say a little prayer. And so everybody's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And so we all we all bow our heads and close our eyes, and he says, dear God, thank you for bringing us all together to this dinner table, and I know how much you really would prefer that I was at the homeless shelter passing out food like I do every other year, but this year was different. Um, I got invited to this party, and so now I'm enjoying my time here with these people instead of helping those in need. And like you're sitting there listening to him say this, he sounded dead serious, like just dead serious, and I'm like sitting there going like, oh my gosh, and I started clamming up inside, and I just felt like so horrible that like here he was like spending time with us instead of passing out food at a homeless shelter. And then he says amen, and we all like look up, and he's just like staring at us. And then all of a sudden he just starts busting up laughing, and he's like, I'm kidding with you guys. It was so like it was so wrong. It was so wrong, like on so many different levels, but so funny because like he had every single one of us at that table going. I don't even know how his wife kept a straight face, but she managed somehow. But you know, what were you guys thankful for that you got on Christmas? And what I'm trying to get to is you better not say something that chokes me all up and makes me all emotional. 'Cause oh, see, damn it, Jana, straight thing. The first thing I read is Jana's, and ugh, you already got me. I don't even have to read the rest of that one. Where's my juice? I need some kind of juice. All right, I'll try to read this. Here we go. One of the people on my route gave me I can't read it. I can't read it. That's too cool. That is really cool. That's awesome. Oh man, GD hit me up with another tearjerker. Come on, guys, stop it. Thankful for a free day, ride my motorcycle and do some housework. There we go. Crazy Pepe is reeling me back in here. And then he's like, and then I went to the children's hospital and spent the day with them. Oh man. All right, I gotta read Jana's. One of the people on my mail route gave me a Christmas tree made of driftwood. It's beautiful, 6 foot tall, heavy. It's my favorite. That's so cool. That is so cool. And then GD's brother home being home from Afghanistan. That's really cool too. Hold on a second, guys. I knew this sign would come in handy. How did you? I'm kind of curious though, Jana. Like, how in the world do you get a 6 foot tall Christmas tree home in your truck, your mail truck? How did you do that? I can't even imagine how you would have gotten that home. I'm like dying to know. I'm dying to know how you got a home. This lag is so terrible for me sometimes. Okay. You must have one of those big trucks, because my mail lady wouldn't have been able to put that inside her truck. I can guarantee it. She's got actually she drives around what looks to be like a it looks kind of like a minivan. I doubt she could fit a 6 foot Christmas tree in there because that thing is usually loaded with all kinds of just tons of mail. Did I show you guys my cup? I can't recall. Let's see here. I'm going to kick today in the nuts. That's funny. Don't we feel like that often? Peas and carrots. I didn't read that. Crazy Pepe said just a regular Saturday for me, but then GD said peas and carrots. Like that's what you got for Christmas that you were happy about was peas and carrots? I'm confused. Like are peas and carrots like a thing for you or hmm. I feel like I'm supposed to know what that means, Jana, so I'm gonna have to look it up because I really just don't know. Let me look it up. Wait a minute. What did you call it? Dude, there's no way. That's like the standardized that's a standard truck. You must have like no mail on your route, like at all. 'Cause that is like this that's just like the standard that's a standard truck. Like I just can't imagine stuffing a 6 foot anything in there. Huh. I don't know how you guys do it. I swear, the postal people guys, um, they're like the Santa Clauses for real. The real Santa Clauses. 'Cause like it's like Santa's Christmas bag, like the ever never ending bag of Christmas presents. Only their truck is the bag. It just it's like clowns in a clown car. It's like how many clowns could they pull out of one of those vehicles? I feel like they could probably pull out like I don't know, 300 or 400. We went together. We went together like coffee. What did I say? Coffee and perfume. Like you need one. Like if you go into one of those, if you I don't know, if you ever go into a um, I'm doing something while I'm talking, and I can't do both at the same time. If you ever go into a perfume place, in a department store or whatever, they have coffee beans in there for you to. I wish I could say that like a Boston person. Caffee. If you walk into a department store, you got caffee beans that you hold up to your nose and you smell before you smell your next perfume, because otherwise you get the scent stuck in your head or whatever, and you can't get it out. Um, and so you have to have one without. You can't have one without the other. Gotta have some coffee beans. Like I can't even imagine. I I got a story for you guys. I got married. My first marriage started when I was 19 years old. Well, you know, I was technically 18 when I got married, but the very next day I turned 19. Long story. Anyways, before we got married, her parents were living in Hawaii, and we went out there to go spend Christmas with them. I think the Christmas before we got married, and her mother worked as a her job. She had a job working as a perfume model, and a perfume model doesn't mean that you have to be good looking or anything like that. Uh, I don't know why I just said that. I just want you to know that it's not. It has nothing to do with how you look. It's just about trying to. I guess it kind of does matter a little bit, but it's not the premise of the story. So I try to get it out of your head. So, anyways, she said that she could get us jobs during Christmas time doing modeling for perfume, and so that's what I did. Spending my Christmas in Hawaii was modeling perfume at a department store in I think it was like Nordstrom's, and that's where I first learned about the whole coffee bean, coffee beans, and perfume and how they go hand in hand. You got to have it. Um, my God, that was the worst thing. I was actually modeling something by Drakkar, Drakkar by I can't remember who it was. Who makes Drakkar? I really just don't remember. Drakkar Noir by Guy LaRoche or whatever. I don't even know. Like I doubt I could say like half the words. Drakkar Noir. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was modeling. And so like all day long, you actually missed a K, I believe. There's actually two Ks in there. So stupid me, 18-year-old me, can't read worth crap, and like I see Drakkar and I say Drakkar, and I'm probably saying it incorrectly. Would you like to smell? So the people walk into the store, you go, would you like to sample Drakkar? And, and if you say it enough times, I kid you not, it starts to sound like your car. And so people would walk into the store and say, would you like to sample Drakkar? And people would look at me like I was crazy, and they'd say like I just got out of it. It smells horrible. They'd walk off. It was hilarious. That is a rough job, but man, they make money during Christmas time. They make tons of money. I made a lot of money I think we did it for 4 days, like 2 weekends in a row, and we just made fistfuls of money, like $1,000 in 4 days. It was crazy. $250 a day. And man, and you're constantly spraying that on little sheets of paper to hand out to people. Would you like to sample Drakkar? Oh, it was terrible. Some of the things you do when you're young. But for $1,000 for 4 days of your life, for I think we worked. I want to say we worked a 10-hour shift. So for 40 hours of your life and making $1,000, it ain't bad. In 1995, Save. I've tried that. I actually wear that sometimes, like the samples. I don't wear cologne very often, so I can get like a sample size. It'll last me a year. Easy. Easy. I guess you can't have body odor if you're a perfume model. You know what? In all honesty, Jana, I don't think, I think you could probably have like pretty bad body odor. You know those Febreze commercials, um, where like they like lead people blindfolded into like a dump, and they're like, "What does it smell like to you?" And they're like, "Ooh, it smells fresh." Like I literally think you could, I think you could probably be a homeless person. They could drag you into one of those department stores, throw you in some decent looking clothes, and still smelling like you haven't had a shower in months, and probably still manage to not offend people. I believe it. Beer spritz. Ooh, that's, I'm sure the ladies like that one. Austin wants to reel it in here. How does Fubo look in the short term? I'm not going to tell you, but I will look at it. I'm assuming this is a stock. Oh, well, I can tell you what it looks like in the short term. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist. I mean, there's probably a bigger picture here, though. I'm sure you're wanting me to look at this uh, on a larger scale. Perhaps maybe you bought in over here last week um, on a short term. Yeah, there you go. There's the daily indicator. I don't know if there's any news out on this. Bulls bet on Bosch Health. Looks like most of the news is old, 4 days old or more. So no new news. Um, yeah, I won't comment on it, but there it is. That's your data. If there's something specifically you wanted to see data-wise, let me know. But primarily, I'm just an AMC guy here. Back to back, back to back. Other stock prices on bald on Porter says on Bald Head Island today. Just got back from a mimosa walk on the beach. Took the week off. Came down yesterday with the wife and the dogs. Amazon. Sorry, I said Amazon. Amazing place if everyone's ever looking for a great spot on Bald Head Island. I'm gonna look it up because that's better than having Drakkar perfume on my search list here. Bald Head Island, North Carolina. Oh, North Carolina. Well, I don't want you to say where you live, but I am looking for potential other places to live in the US. And I want some place where it snows, but I also want some place that's close enough to where I could drive to get to a beach within a couple hours. And when I say a couple, I literally mean like 2 or 3 hours tops. I don't want to have to drive much more than that. Now, I know that's really getting picky. I know that's super getting picky, and it kind of narrows things down quite a bit. But you're saying Asheville? North Carolina is kind of one of the places that I was looking at. I feel like the drive to Florida would be pretty simple for some nice Boston, Massachusetts. That might be an idea. Porter says you can swim and ski on the same day in the winter. And I'm assuming that's in Asheville or Charleston. I really think North Carolina might be the place to move to. A little bit of everything. How are the mosquitoes out there? How are mosquitoes? That's like a big thing for me. I literally have two. Oh, yes, mosquitoes. Mm, I have mosquito lamps where I sit because that's how bad they are for me. Like they literally find their way into the house and come after me inside my house. Legit, just me. I'm the only one. It's insane. It's like I have ultra sensitive blood for Maine. Is too far north, but I would love Maine. I would love it there. All right, Asheville. Maybe I'm saying that incorrectly, but it looks like Asheville. Asheville. Ash. All right, wait. Bald Head Island. I gotta look this up again. Stopped. Maps. So it's just south of Wilmington. Let's see, frying pan shorts. Oh, shoals, frying pan shoals. I'm gonna guess that's someplace that's probably really good for fishing. I think I think North Carolina or South Carolina might be the way to go. There it is. I see Asheville now. It's on the west. It's on the west mid side. Oh yeah, it's a mountainous region around it. Is that? I think that's the way to go. I really think North Carolina is the place I want to move to next. I've never lived there. I've probably passed through a few times, but I've never lived there. Have fun, Porter. Have fun. I do like to fish. Asheville is like a mini Austin. Oh man. Oh man. Like that sounds perfect. Okay. Thanks to Porter, I may have to thank him after MOASS for choosing my location of living, choice of living afterwards. Asheville, North Carolina. Won't allow chain restaurants into town. Oh man, I bet it's pricey. I gotta check out home prices. AMC, what's AMC doing? Who cares? I'm looking for a new house. House shopping. Asheville, North Carolina. Asheville. So it says that the average home price there is only $390,000, which is actually pretty reasonable. However, price is skyrocketing. In 2021 alone, price has gone from about 275 to 375, 100K. If you live in Asheville, whatever it is. I'm gonna call it Asheville just because I think it's funny. Um, if you live in Asheville and your home increased in value like 100K in a year's time. That is not bad. No local taxes, unincorporated town. Oh man, that sounds right up my alley. I think I could dig that. Oh, I forgot to show you guys. I got this new feature now on the screen here. I added this with my mouse setting because I got a new mouse for Christmas. This is probably like a regular mouse setting for Windows, but I can now click the button and like zoom in on like if I want you guys to like key in on a spot, like if I say like over here, I can just like click it and like say like yeah, look at the price right here, or volume or whatever it is I'm looking at it at the time. Alrighty, have fun on the golf course. Have a few extra on me. Tell them it's on Casey's tab. They'll know who it is. He's got me looking at homes now. I love when you can find like original looking homes, not just those cookie cutters. But it seems like a lot of people are moving into these like cookie cutter housing developments, which is fine. I mean, that's what I live in right now. That's what I've lived in my whole life, um, my adult life. But I think I want to find a house sometime in the future that's not cookie cutter. I don't know. I should probably stop looking at houses. What is going on with AMC? What is going on with AMC? Low volume. We're about we're about just a little bit away here from hitting into my range for volume prediction for the day. My volume prediction was 25 to 45 million shares traded for the day today. Very, very close to hitting onto 25 right now. You don't know how long, guys, I've been looking for somebody from North Carolina to talk to about that. Like that's kind of been on like my mind of places to move to. So you remember what I was saying about apes or retail has to start learning about the derivatives market and how it's being manipulated right now to make a bunch of money. This is from this is a post 2 minutes ago on Reddit by Captain Jack Sorrow asking this question. How often does AMC avoid max pain? We're all aware of the fuckery every Friday to be sure many OTM options expire worthless. How does AMC compare to other stocks in this regard? It seems like a good way to provide more proof of price manipulation. Yep. Retail's getting smart, guys. Retail is getting smart. They're catching on. They're catching on. Be the house, don't be the player. I'm just kind of going through reading some comments on Reddit just to see what's going on. Got about 10 minutes before the next technical analysis. Telling you guys, today's really going to be, you know, one of those moments in time where it's just walk away. Because I'm going to make this, I'm going to change this, and I'm going to change this one. And I guarantee that I'll just end up rechanging it again here. That's where I would have had to have drawn it, so we're having a breakout going down right now. But once the pattern formation completes, which is going to be probably, it'll bounce off of like maybe 28.49 perhaps. We'll just draw the line out and extend the wedge. It might be the final. It might be the final draw for the day. Because if I have to draw it down, it does, and it is something similar to probably this right here. If I had to guess, it'll probably look like that. What we'll end up doing is we'll just be trading for the rest of the day inside that. Maybe a breakout right towards the end. Guys. I don't know. I don't know what to say. There's, I'm reading some comments to some things that I said on Reddit, and it's just like, God. I can't sometimes with people. You guys ever feel that way? Is it just me, or like, are we all getting that way? I feel like the amount of videos, it's this COVID. It's COVID. COVID has caused people to act in funny, strange ways. We've been asked to alter life as we know it, and people are reacting in very strange uh, behavioral patterns because of it. We're all on very short fuses, extremely short fuses. I don't know. When you're out and about, guys, remember we're all human beings. Remember we're all human beings, because I don't know, somebody could be having a rough day, and if you take it out on them, I don't know. Who knows? Just remember we're all human beings. We make mistakes. Not everybody's out to get everybody. Got about 6 minutes more here, guys. 6 minutes more, and we'll take a look at everything here. So the problem with earlier, we should have had a breakout right when we did, and we did have a what I would consider to be a breakout of that specific. So if I just draw like a trend channel right here, you can see the breakout going up. So it happened right when it was supposed to. It was supposed to happen at 13:15. So yeah, like basically it broke out like maybe a few minutes early. But there was a very definite breakout of this trend channel here. If I were to draw this like this, it'll look a little something like this. So we definitely broke outside of it. We headed up a little bit, but not anywhere near like a massive secondary bullish pennant, flagpole and pennant. So broke out a little bit, not very much. Didn't even test the 29.35, and then kind of started falling back down here. Why? Volume, probably. A lack of volume, which is again more the reason why we're just going to see a very similar pattern to what we saw last Thursday. Drawing it over here, there it is. That's what we look like compared to last Thursday. Last Thursday is the blue line. Very, very similar. I'm going to go ahead and throw out this reminder to you guys for those of you who are, since I would assume most of you guys are shareholders. Adam Aaron tweeted this out 18 hours ago, and it's a good thing that he did, because I actually did forget as well. But he tweeted out a reminder to AMC shareholders in the US and anywhere in the world. This neat I own AMC NFT is yours absolutely free if you are already signed up for our free program, AMC Investor Connect, or if you enroll by this Friday, December 31st. And then to enroll, you just go to amctheaters.com and /stockholders, and you can sign up to get your NFT. Um, is it worth anything? Probably not. But you know what though? It's still something. I would get it. I would get it. Hold on to it. Who knows? Who knows? Don't. Sometimes you never understand the value of something that you hold until after it's too late and you've gotten rid of it. I'm sure we've all had instances like that. Like me. I had, what baseball player was it? Barry Bonds, maybe? Yeah, I think it was. I think it was Barry Bonds' rookie card, baseball card. And I traded it for two of my favorite baseball player, Ellis Burks of the Boston Red Sox. I think that I think that Barry Bonds rookie card ended up being worth quite a bit in contrast to uh, my my Ellis my Ellis Brooks baseball card. Interestingly enough, Barry Bonds and Ellis Brooks ended up playing for the Giants later together. Ellis Brooks was my hero in baseball. Steroid, it's time. It's time to take a look at everything. So let's go through it. Let me update. Let me update Fidelity, and we'll take a look at everything here. Off exchange. 56.89 in the off exchange, and the CBOE EDGX is 10.68. So very slight increase, I think, on the off exchange. Not a whole lot of change to either of those, though. Not significant amounts. Maybe a little bit more room to stash away some hidden price movement. Shares borrowed in the last hour, borrowed versus returned, went from 725.2 to 723.1. So just a small dip in borrows. So basically, your estimated current short share interest of the free float is going to remain the same at 19.08. Taking a look at the options chain, really, really strange numbers going on today in those. Some very positive sentiment about the week. At a $35 strike price, no, $34 strike price was our highest level of volume an hour ago, has moved down to 30. A little more realistic number. At a $30 strike price, the amount of open or the amount of volume that we've had so far today is 22,000 contracts. On the put side, at a $25 strike price, it went from 9.9 thousand contracts to 10.2. So there's just a little over a 2-to-1 ratio in volume. But the spread is now only a $5 spread, signaling more towards like maybe like a 28.50 close for the day. 29.50 is what the market was kind of signaling earlier. Now it's signaling for 28.50. Taking you over to the main page, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 8th position with a 60% buy to 40% sell ratio. Definitely dipping. The sell ratio is climbing. I don't want to see it dip more than that. It's already kind of high. GMA, I think, had slipped to 20th. Did they fall off the list completely? What the heck happened here? No. Okay, they're 19th, so they may have improved by one spot. 19th position with a very strong 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. That's looking pretty decent. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Zilch, nada, nothing. Total amount of shares borrowed for the day-to-day, 3.2. 4.5 would be average. 9.5 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 41.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Those are kind of disappearing a little bit. Still under 100K on the out of the money call options, which is good. Looks like we're going to try and break through here. We'll see if it holds. The Nasdaq is up 1.22, Dow Jones is up 0.74, and the S&P 500 is up 1.16. The market is advancing over declining with 4,072 advancers to 3,536 decliners. Currently, the VIX is down 0.28, Tesla is up 3.87, Hood is down 2.96, Amazon is down 0.72, Cinemark is down 4.36. Everything kind of starting to turn the other direction except for maybe Tesla. Dogecoin is up 1.39, Bitcoin is up 1.77, GameStop is down 2.67, and AMC is up 0.2 or 0.74. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have a 21-point spread. That's one of the largest spreads we've had, and yet we're still up a bit here. Um, Volume pace. Looks like we're on pace for about a 36 million share pace for the day today, which is probably going to drop a little bit more. That's going to be right on target for what I was guessing, between 25 and 45 million shares traded for the day today. We're definitely inside my range now. The only thing that would have me be even close to being wrong on volume would be some kind of like massive spike in volume in the later half of the day today. Looks like we did test off this bottom side of this line that I kind of drew here, just kind of arbitrarily trying to pick a point that I thought would kind of hold. Um, this was just random guessing what the day is going to look like, but it looks like we did drop below it just a tad bit, so I'm going to move it down. Yep, that probably would finish out our day right there. A bunch of trading, sideways trading going into the end of the day with a possible breakout towards the end of the day. On the daily interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.84. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.48. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a 51.61 RSI. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.9. So just really not a whole lot to report on. Um, our volume, I just want to point out though, I do want to point this out. Our volume, guys, is at pretty low levels. Like, I mean, if you look at our 3-month average, our 3-month average is 44.4 million shares. We're not going to hit that, obviously. So if you consider that we're like 2/3 of our normal average volume, and yet we're still in the top 10 most highest traded stocks on Fidelity, that should tell you something. That should tell you something. Not a lot of positive investing going on in the market right now. Not a lot. Not in volume. Not in volume. What the heck is? I've got some new. I've got some new additional added added adding added settings that have shown up on my page here that I don't recall having seen before. Huh. Like a 360 video. What the heck is that? How do I make a 360 video? A 360-degree video. I must have to have a special camera for that. Uh-oh. The bird. Oh, bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. Man, this volume is just really super low. So currently volume is running around like 30. Well, it's most of this volume's all under 60,000 shares a minute. Well under. I was eating some. I can't wait to get rid of this beard. I was eating lunch, and I have to say, like one of my biggest pet peeves now about this beard is that it doesn't itch anymore. I finally got past that stage, and I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with is when food gets caught in it. Not okay with that. I'm just not okay with it. I don't like it's just very unsanitary. Like it's just very unsanitary. I don't know. I think it's just so gross to have food caught in your beard. I don't even know why I'm telling you this. It's terrible. I hate this. I really want to get rid of this. We need to hit $90 soon. It's got to happen. I'm gonna go insane. I don't know how people put up with beards. I think it takes a special individual. I really do. I'm not that person. Uh-oh, uh-oh, here we go. Possible breakout. A rejection. Have you guys ever seen that Adam Sandler movie where he's got the remote control and he like fast forwards life? Or he can like I don't think he can rewind. Maybe he can't. I don't recall. But he can fast forward through events or whatever. And I don't remember what the name of that movie was, but it makes me feel like if I could fast forward to Wednesday, that's what I want to, or Thursday. I'd actually want to fast forward to Thursday. I just want to get it over with and get there and be like, okay, here we are Thursday, guys. Let's see what happens. The big moment we've been waiting for. Doo 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 doo. Heartbeat. Oh, I forgot to download the Jaws one. Jaws would have been really good. I do like that heartbeat though. I mean, seriously, G. Like I think you're joking by saying that, yeah, like you're leaving, like click, you're done. You know what I'm saying? Like, do it. I'm not even teasing. Like, do it. Like, just walk away from this today. Like, click the fast forward button and get to like Thursday because I really think that we're gonna have either maybe some downside or maybe even some sideways trading between now and then and I think it's just gonna be a bunch of come back when this is more fun. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're just waiting for those like days where you're happy and like, yeah, what's going on? What's happening here? Like, I think we've got a little bit of waiting period here. I think we got a little bit of a waiting period. It's not a bad thing. So last night, guys, I'm gonna throw this out there. I want to support this guy. I really want to support this guy. I'm hanging my head out on a limb. Is that the word? Hanging or something on a limb. I'm going out on a limb. I haven't really done a whole lot of research back into this person, but I do feel very comfortable with who I'm about to support here. But I want you guys to check this person out, and I'll link it. I just got a notification here just a little bit ago saying that he just put out a new video. I had a chance to talk with him last night, and like I really dig what the guy's doing. I think he's smart, um, and I think he has fresh ideas, and I think they're good ideas, and I think that he should be listened to. Um, so if you guys haven't seen him, he's trading with emotions. Perhaps you may have seen his what blue line. Oh, was Click the name of the movie? I don't remember if that was the name of it. Let's see. Yep, I think that's it. That's the one. That is it. Click is the name of the movie. You're like, no, I was trying to tell you the name. uh, so his name is Trading. Well, I actually don't want to say what his real name is, but Trading with Emotions is the name of the channel. I don't know if that's his deal to decide if he wants to tell you what his name is or not. But you can call him Trading with Emotions or whatever. That is his channel. He just put out a new one called AMC Up, Down, or What? Question mark. And I had an opportunity to talk with him last night, and good guy. I think he's a good guy. I almost called him a kid. He is a kid, guys. I'm 45 freaking years old. He's a kid. Everybody's a kid to me, it seems like nowadays. And I know not all y'all are younger than me, but it seems like most of the guys on here are kids now. So um, he's a good kid. Uh, he's smart, really, really smart. And I think you should check out his stuff. It's really good. He's got some great. Um, I love how he uses music to try and help you to understand his perspective. And I think that's probably really powerful. It's a powerful tool, and he uses it well. But check him out. Um, good stuff. And they're short videos. It makes it super palatable, not 9 hours like mine. I'm not here to. I'm not here to be that kind of person. I wish I could. I honestly wish I could trade what I'm doing for 9 hours for his less than 10-minute videos because it would leave me so much more time to do other things. But I'm committed to this. I'm committed to this and I'm doing something different. And I think it's needed in the community. So I'm just going to keep on doing me. But I think there's guys out there like this Trading with Emotions who's got some really good information and new fresh perspectives that should be looked at. So highly recommend it. I don't know. You guys can be the judge of it. You guys, as you always are. You guys are always the final judge for anything that you do. Looks like we supported this line here pretty well. This price value. I actually can't wait to go on break right now. I can't wait for the next 2 minutes so I can go watch this video. I'm gonna waste, and I say waste like it's a bad thing. I'm gonna go spend 8 quality minutes listening to him talk. Believe it or not, I do that. I do that. I go in. I listen to Trey still. I've been going back. I feel bad for Trey, guys. I feel really bad for him. And then he did a video where he was saying he was going to get some psychological help, see a psychiatrist, or I think I wasn't sure if it was psychiatrist or psychologist, but may have been a psychologist. But he's in a dark place. He's in a dark place, and I posted something on his thing about, like, when you're running in marathons, when you're running, you get to this wall, and I think it's like the 20-mile marker, or maybe it's 19. I don't remember if it was 19 or 20. Maybe it's even 22 or something like that. But in a 26.2-mile race, there's this wall that you hit, and some people hit it at different marks, whatever, who cares? When you hit that wall, everything in your entire body screams stop, and all you have to do is push through it. That's it, mentally. As long as you mentally can push through that wall, you have no problems, and you can actually run much further. But you have to get through those walls first. Um, and I think Trey knows what that's all about because he used to be a marathon runner, so he should know a little something about that. And when you get to those walls, one of the things that you start thinking about is giving up. It starts entering into your mind. Uh, if I just stop, I could just be done, and it's over, and I don't have to be suffering any longer. Or um, gosh, that water station looks really inviting. I could maybe stop there for a minute and grab a break. You don't ever stop when you're running a marathon, guys. Don't ever stop. Once your body stops running a marathon, you're done. Do not stop. It's even worse when you stop and you have to get going again. And so these are the kind of things that, I wrote a message to Trey, and I said, like, go back to your days of marathoning. Think about what you thought about when you're running through those walls. What do you think about? And then he came out with a video, and he got a bottle of the Kraken. He kind of did a wrap up of the year, a summary of the year. And he got a bottle of the Kraken, took off his shirt. I don't know what the whole symbolism behind the whole shirt thing. I felt like it was a Sam moment, but I was like getting pumped. I was like, what is he gonna do? What's he gonna do? And he grabs his bottle of Kraken and he like tips it back and he just lets that stuff like just pour into his mouth. They didn't put his mouth up to it. And he just lets it like run into his mouth and it just like streams out and like goes all over his body and everything. And it's just like, I was like, that's pushing through the wall. Maybe he found it. I don't know. But it's like it's that moment where you kind of go like, nah, screw it all. I've trained, I've gone this far, I've trained this hard. I'm gonna keep pushing no matter what. And hopefully he can find his second wind. Who knows? We'll see. But we have uh, we have fresh blood. Trading with emotions, fresh blood. Check them out. New perspective is always a good thing. And it's time for my break, and I'm gonna go check him out because I want to see his video. Because I want to laugh at the song because the song's going to be hilarious, I'm sure of it. And if there is no song, oh well. I'm still listening to the kid talk. And he better not he better not be angry that I called him kid because he's a kid in my eyes. If he could be my kid, he's my kid. He's a kid. So no offense. Anyways, I'll see you guys back here at 2 o'clock for our end of the day toast, and we'll take a look and do a wrap up and close out this dirty, filthy day. Um, Updates are on the hour every hour WM, so no update as of right now. I really think that we're just kind of sideways trading it out here to the end of the day. You might see it maybe a little bit run up, maybe going. You might see. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's a wedge pattern. Let me just check the trend of channel on this. Yeah, so it's a downwards trend with volume kind of falling off. If volume falls off some more and it trades downwards, we might have a run up towards the very end of the day and maybe break out slightly high. But I wouldn't, I don't expect there much to happen today. It's just kind of it's just I guess in Spanish, I always learned it as así así, which is so. Um, but in slang, dos que tres. Dos que tres. Li Literally translated as two what three, but it's just kind of like it's neither here nor there. It's just kind of in the middle. Dos que tres. So that's what today is. Dos que tres. I will see you guys on the other side of my break at 2 o'clock. Let me write up a little note here. And get you guys some music. All right, see you guys in just a bit. Well, it is that time today, guys. It is time for our toast. A time to reflect on the day. Sideways trading. What are we going to toast to? What to toast to? I had a good Christmas. I had a good Christmas. I have more yet to come. My mom's going to come and visit me. She was on here talking just a little bit ago. Um, I have more Christmas to come. I'm thankful. I'm thankful for everything that I have. I'm thankful for everything that I've gotten. I'm thankful for this year. It's been an incredible year. So cheers to all of us as we continue to trudge through the last final week of this year. And when I say trudge, I don't mean it lightly. We're trudging our way through this. So cheers to us. Hmm. Ooh, this one's kind of tasty. This is the same beer I always drink, but it's different. Hmm. Maybe it's just been 4 days since I've had one. I don't know. It's been too long. Um, let's see here. Come to Virginia. I used to live in Virginia, WM. Used to live in Virginia a long, long time ago, and I really did like it. There are some nice places in Virginia. Not exactly one of the warmest places ever. I think my wife really kind of enjoys being in warm climates, so it'd be probably better to live a little bit further south. I just don't know how I'm going to deal with mosquitoes in North Carolina. Alrighty, let's do one last final look here at the day. See what's going on. Let's have a look-see. Taking you guys over to page 2. Off exchange. Let's give that one more update. Finally broke 57% in the off exchange. CBOE EDGX did not break 11%. In total, looks like we're trading about 67, little under 68% into the dark pools. Vortex currently saying that they found some more shares. My guess is that those are probably borrowed shares that they are using to return or make returns on. That's been lowered to 2.07 million. Earlier in the day today, it was 7.23, or I should say, what am I saying? 723,000 shares returned. So it's definitely an increase, pretty big increase there. I don't think they found it through retail. I really don't. We haven't seen enough. We haven't seen enough data to indicate that AMC shareholders are dropping off shares. So I don't think it came from us. More than likely just loans. But that will if that number holds, that will decrease the amount of shares that they need to find from 30 down to about 28 before mid to late January. Moving to the options. An hour ago, the highest level of call options were in a $30 strike price. They still are. It went from 22,000 to 24.3. And on the put side, it looks like the highest amount has changed from, nope, it's still 25, but a close runner up is 28. But at 25, it went from 10.2 to 10.6. Still a 2-to-1 ratio in volume versus calls versus puts. taking you over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC dropping from 8th. We've held 8th position for most of the day today. Our volume, though, currently driving us down. A couple companies moved up on volume on us. We are now in 10th with 59% buys to 41% sales. Just slightly underneath that 60-40 ratio that I like to see. GME was in 19th. They're now in 21st with 77% buys to 23% sales. Shares borrowed in the last hour? None. 9.5 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 41.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on. Did I say out of the money? In the money. Out of the 41.3 thousand out of the money contracts are in the for the puts. 96.7. So this number is still under 100K on those out of the money contracts for the calls. So still looking pretty good there. Nasdaq is up 1.18, Dow Jones is up 0.73, and the S&P 500 is up 1.14. The Nasdaq, or sorry, the markets have more advancers than decliners with 4 point. Sorry, ugh, man, I needed more rest today. 4,119 advancers to 3,487 decliners. The VIX is down 0.45%. Tesla is up 3.2. Hood is down 2.96. Amazon is down 0.71. Cinemark down 3.73. Doge is up 0.48. Bitcoin is up 1.03, and GME is down 2.56. AMC is up 0.58%. Our inflow versus outflow is a 22-point spread, and we currently have we're on pace for about 43.2 million shares traded for the day today. My guesstimate was between 25 and 45. So the volume did start to pick up a little bit there, or my math is off. One of the two. It might be my math. Let me try that one more time. There we go, 32.28. I don't know how I got that last number. 32.28 million shares is what we're on pace to hit for the day today. I really don't have no idea how I got that last number. That should be more accurate. Our volume currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.7. On the 1 hour, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.6, which is right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.74, right down the middle. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.74. We had an attempt to try and break out of the downside of this midday wedge that we have going on here, but a failure to do so. Hayden said, I'm in West Palm Beach walking around exotic car dealerships. I need this thing to run so I can buy one from each dealership. Yeah, the popcorn is tasty. When the three MOASS trigger boxes are red, how many days is the WAG that the dominoes start falling? Um, you know what I mean? When they turn green. So the boxes need to be green, and that means you're in it. The minute they're all three green, you're looking at you're in. We're in. It's gonna be pretty obvious. Those indicators, I think, are way, way, way in the conservative side, meaning like it's like it'll probably be pretty apparent to you when that's happening that we're in the MOASS. So taking you back to that page, one of the things that I have stated in the past is that I feel like short exempt volume only needs to be like 1 million 3 days in a row to kind of like give you an indicator that we're heading in the right direction. Utilization needs to be like 93% or less, or sorry, 93% or higher. Um, I don't think it has to be 95. And then day over day price increase. I think I'm looking for like I think you could settle for 15% over a 3 day period of time. And so if that means you hit like last week, if we hit 19% one day and you hit 2% the next day and 2% after that, that's a green box in my opinion. Because over a 3 day period of time, you hit 24% or 23% total price increase over a 3 day period. So that's a green box in the indicator in my opinion. So I think you could be. He says 5% or greater on a three over a 3 day period of time, and I would say it just needs to be within 15% or more over 3 days. So if it goes up like, let's say it goes up 20% one day, and then it goes down 2% and then 3% the 2 days after, I might count it. I might count it. Yeah, no, no, red's not what we want. Halts on the way up. Yeah. And then Roberto, you said I guess no market crash for or correction. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all. I think that, I don't who Monty usually pulls the reports. Monty's usually the one who pulls the reports for the um, reverse repo. Let me see if I can pull that data. Because they were supposed to start tapering. Remember, once upon a time they were supposed to start tapering the reverse repo. However, that doesn't really seem to be the case. The most current data set here that we have is for today, and it is currently showing 1.577 trillion. No, 1.58. I'm sorry. The last data point was 1.577. So we've actually gone up. There was a slight decrease over the last couple days. If there was a tapering, it suddenly stopped. So, yeah. I mean, just I can pull this up over so you guys can see it. So this is it right here. Our highest number is 1.758, and then we started to kind of decline a little bit on that. And whether or not that was tapering or not, I don't know. But our lowest value that we hit to was 1.577, and then today's is 1.58, which is actually an increase, which you can't see because it's so small. It's not even showing it. It's not even showing the value. So yeah, it really doesn't look like a taper, does it? At least it doesn't to me. So I don't think we've hit a recession period of time yet, and until that reverse repo really starts getting tapered, Roberto, then I would say that you're not going to see a market crash. The Fed is doing everything in its power to try and keep the market from crashing. And until you legitimately see um, that change, um, it's just going to continue to be the same way. Don't worry about it, Hayden. Not a big deal. You're not responsible for these ladder attacks. Let's see if we got any news going on here. Oh, I gotta love this. Zombie stocks. I mean, it's gotta make you wonder what the heck is going on. This was posted by Silverback1322 on Reddit. It says, "Holy smokes, Blockbuster is up 9.9 thousand%. Did they have a major announcement or something? Are they having a sale on mayonnaise? Did anyone tell Kenny? I knew keeping my VCR around was going to pay off." Wait, that person thinks that Blockbuster was only VCRs, huh? It's really weird when you see zombie stocks move. Be wary. Be wary. And I'm going to throw this out there. You guys watch. I'm going to make a prediction. You watch how many new names show up on the channel and ask for price predictions for the end of the month this week. I'm not going to entertain it. I'm just going to throw it out there right now. I'm not going to entertain that. I really think that I think that YouTubers especially are being weaponized right now against ourselves. I know it's so tinfoil hat. I hate talking like this because it makes me sound crazy, but I literally believe that that we're being used for propaganda of potential price increases this week. So um, I'm not gonna. And if you're, I mean, if you know who legitimately who you are, and you know you're not shilling, you're still just trying to get a price prediction out of the end of the week. That's fine. I'm not trying to specifically point out, and Hayden, I think we've seen you around for a while. So, and I don't think you're the one. I'm just saying, if anybody happens to come in and say that, Jake, and I'm not trying to single anybody out. I'm just saying that I think we're going to see a lot of people trying to fish for people to start announcing what they're seeing and as indicators. I think there's an attempt to try and get people to say that they think the price is going to be moving up, and I'm not gonna be that vessel. I think we're gonna take it minute by minute, step by step, and whatever happens, happens. And I'm not going to like I even put a poll out today asking you guys what you guys thought it was gonna be. Um, but I'm not gonna participate in it though. I know I shouldn't have had it. I shouldn't have ran the poll if I was not going to participate myself. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna take a stand. I'm gonna take a stand and say I don't know what this week's gonna look like, guys. I really don't. I have I have feelings that this week is going to be empty. Um, Even though there's a lot of really good indicators. And we might even have a great up day, and we might even have a great down day along the way. But in the end, I have a feeling we'll feel a little empty about the price on the inside. Maybe just kind of like a sidewards trading. And then we'll just be pleasantly surprised if something positive happens. Uh, so I had a talk with AP last night, and we were talking about OBV as far as it goes. But there's a lot of other indicators that oscillating indicators that are out there that are signaling. Because I know OBV is kind of one of those indicators right now where if you pull it, I can go ahead and pull it up for you, and we'll just take a look at it. If you're going to take a look at OBV on like, it depends on what kind of scale you're going to look at it. But if you look at OBV currently, I would say that there's like obviously on a minute scale you wouldn't want to look at that, but let's just go to like a 30-minute interval. You can see like a big jump up from last week, and if I scroll out here a little bit, it looks like OBV is kind of heading upwards. That's the trend. And if I go to 1 hour interval, again you can see a jump up in OBV. But then there's a little bit of a downwards trend right here at the very end. And then if I go to the daily, OBV is starting to kick back up a little bit here. Had a little bit of a downtrend from Wednesday and Thursday last week, but then today is starting to trend back up again. And overall is starting to trend up. So, do I think it's a good indicator? I don't think it's a bad indicator, but I think, with any indicator, you have to look at like the big picture. You need to really look at like a lot of different indicators and see how they're all kind of signaling to get like the big picture of what's going on. So I wouldn't just use like OBV as like your like go-to like your single one indicator that's going to tell you which way this is going to move. Does that make sense? That probably would be one of the. I mean, that's probably the most generic answer I could possibly give. You're like I'd rather go talk to a politician. I I don't blame you. I understand, but I mean, in all honesty though, like 22 years in the semiconductor industry taught me a really good lesson, several lessons, but one of the good lessons was is that you have a lot of indicators, you have a lot of different parameters that you can look at, and if you just rely on one, you're going to make a mistake. So you have to take in lots of pieces of information to really kind of get like the big picture of what's really happening. And if you don't, you could make a mistake. So it's best to use a lot of different tools um, when you're trying to figure out, pattern analysis and charting. That's why I think a lot of these different technical analysis, Bukowski, Wyckoff, Elliott, uh, Hilbert sine wave, you name it, all these different indicators you can look at. They're great, but don't just use one. You need to take everything into a grand kind of scheme and look at it and say like, what are all of the indicators pointing towards? Are majority of them pointing towards something in particular, and like just a few minority? And why are the minorities pointing differently? Why are they saying something different? So you kind of have to look at the whole big picture, and you have to look outside of AMC. Just looking at AMC alone is not. You can look at all the AMC indicators you want to, but there might be some indicators outside of AMC that really kind of point you in a direction that will lead you to seeing the broader scheme of everything that's happening. Brian's like, crystal clear. You could stop now. I had you at like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, you're right, Roberto. The poll's totally just a fun thing. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The poll is, and the whole reason we do the price predictions every single morning, betting beers and ice cream on it, it's a fun thing too, right? Like I'm not there's no malice intent, uh, going there. We're not trying to get anybody, you know, do anything specific with that. It's just for fun. It's just for fun. So I'm glad that you recognize that it is what it is. That's good. I'm glad to know that. It makes me feel better. It makes me feel better participating. Speaking of which, since the stream did end early today, guys, I just went ahead and collected the data for that, and I'll go ahead and post it up here now so you guys can just see it. Those are your predictions for this week. I did have to end the voting a little bit early today because the stream went down, and I just went ahead and recorded the data before the stream shut down completely. But those are your predictions for the end of the week. What you guys, 113, yeah, 113 of you had voted for. Real quickly, I'm curious if that's the highest amount of votes we've ever had. I'm looking to see. Nope, we had 127 one time. I bet you if I would have let that run for the rest of the day today, we probably would have gotten more votes. Um, I have another vote for tomorrow. Oh, wait, 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 wait. I forgot it. I got to drop the bomb. Here we go. Oh, wait, that didn't sound loud enough. I think I'm going to have to drop the bomb twice. Here we go. News update. Um, I was asked by one of our own, as rule, to post a poll for tomorrow. And the poll, I'm just going to say what it is now so you guys know what it is coming in tomorrow. But he kind of wanted to know, out of those of you who voted, let me see here. Let me make sure I get this right here. How many people put their vote using Say Technology? We ended up getting, I think it might have been slightly less. He said more than 1%, but I thought it was slightly less than 1%. But I really think that there was less than 1% that voted for the Say Technologies. But what Azrul wants to do for a poll for tomorrow is he wants to know how many people put in their vote using Say Technologies. So just to kind of get like a sampling of all the people that are watching the show, how many of you guys voted during the Say Technologies? Did you vote? We might get some information out of that. It might be kind of interesting to see if we had people who I'll put in three different choices. I'm going to put in yes, no, and I was not a shareholder at the time. I think that would give us, I think those three answers would give us an insight to, you know, um, it might give us an insight to something. I don't know what, but we'll take a look at the numbers once the poll's done for the end of the day tomorrow. James says, hello, Shaw, and everyone. Chart looks amazing in my eyes daily. Careful, careful, James. Be careful. I understand. I feel the same way. I'm not going to lie, I feel the same way, but I have a lot of reservation about this week. Um, so I'm going to hold judgment on what the week's going to turn out like, and kind of and play it by ear as the week progresses. I'm not trying to be a downer here. I'm not. I'd love to see a green week as much as the rest of us. Trust me. But I do feel like we need to pull back the reins a little bit and say like what's going on here, what's really happening. So I'm gonna pull the reins on this one for this week. I really want to see a price increase before the end of the week is out, and if we don't see one, then I think we have manipulation happening from the other side of the aisle, and I'm not sure if you understand what that means. But uh, if you had short hedge funds, who would be the opposite side? And I think that the opposite side is pulling some strings right now. And they're making money. I think they're making some good money off the derivatives. So why would you want to stop that? Why would you want to stop making good money? So, anyways, Roberto, I think Say Technology is probably seen as bad now, but at the time when we were voting on it, I think everybody kind of viewed it as being like a really good thing. Uh, Einstein knows there's manipulation from both sides of the aisle. Einstein's not just uh, smart because of his name. He's right. There is manipulation from both sides. Now, let me paint a picture for you. Let's pretend for a minute that you're I'm going to try to come up with a good example here. Let's say you're a bully and um, you're like the big bully. You're the biggest bully in town. And you walk up and you see maybe people that you work with on a daily basis getting beat up by some outsider group, uh, and he's beating them up, right? Just beating them to a pulp, and taking his lunch money, right? Taking his lunch money. What if you, as a bully, push the push the outsider off, and as you pushed him off, you grabbed some of that money that he was collecting, and then you let him beat him back up again, and then you keep pushing him off every week. Every week you come back, you see him still beating him up, and you push him off a little bit, but in the meantime, you take a cut while you push him off, and after a while, you have yourself a slush fund, right? You got the outsider beating up on one of the guys but you're picking up the money, and you're not really taking it from your buddy that on the market. You're taking it from the outsider, and you're kind of protecting your buddy in a way, but you're just pushing him off, and you're just collecting money. So yeah, and then Einstein said, don't forget about DTCC, who probably would love to see this get pushed out even further. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So you really have to think on both sides of the aisle when it comes to this. You really do. You have to think on both sides of the aisle, and you have to think about why the price may be doing what it's doing, and who does it benefit when the price does what it does. Because it's not always they. I want you to remember that. If there's any one key takeaway from today that you can walk away, if I've taught you anything today whatsoever, which I haven't, if there's anything that I could teach you today when you walk away from this, is that they is not always hedge funds. They is institutions, period. Both sides, long and short. And they are there to make money. And if they can make money off of you playing both sides, they will. So they can mean many different people. It's funny because my mom used to say that all the time. I would say they, and she'd be like, "Who's they?" And I would say, whenever I say they, it's always the short hedge funds. It's not. It's not always the short hedge funds. It's other people too. There are other people who make money in this whole process. And anybody who's making money will continue to manipulate the market in ways that they can manipulate it in order to make more money, because that's what they do. They're here to make money. Don't forget that. They could be retail as well. In this particular instance, what's happening right now, though, I really feel like it's the long positions. So, and what I don't want to do is I don't want to be the guy who comes in telling you this thing smells like roses, and then having you guys maybe make a decision based off of the idea that I say it smells like roses, and then next thing you know, losing money. So I don't want to be that guy. So I'm cautiously optimistic right now. Very, very cautiously optimistic. Just because of some of the patterns I've seen in the last few weeks. Can you guys hear the ding sound? Kids playing softball outside. Einstein's right. Einstein's right. He's 100% right. This has never happened before. The sharks have always been the sharks, and the minnows have always been the minnows. And for the very first time, the minnows turned into piranhas. They turned into piranhas, and the piranhas are just attacking everything everywhere we go. We're eating everything up, and the sharks are like, "Oh, what the hell? What did we just jump into here? Is this fresh water or something? What is this crap?" What did Costa Bar go up? I didn't see it go up. Let me see. Uh, why don't I look at that right? Where is it? CTB 0.5. Ah, it doesn't look like it went up. Oh, you're looking at Ortex. I got it. Never mind. I was looking at fees. Yep. I didn't see what it was before, but I'll trust you when you say it went up. 2.83 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Sorry, I said borrowed, I meant returned. 2.83. It doesn't usually matter one way or the other. When we see that get to 3, it usually turns into fireworks in price improvement. So the fact that it's so close to 3 and we're dropping down here so hard at the very end is kind of interesting to me. Very, very interesting. In fact, let me update Stonko Tracker and see if they borrowed some shares at the very end here, because it doesn't look like it. Nope, no new shares borrowed. It's kind of a late push. No, it's not fish killer. Believe it or not, it happens both directions. It's one of the most strangest things I've ever seen, and I really don't. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's negative 2.83. I get it. It's return shares. I don't know how to explain it to you, but I have seen it time and time again. Even when it's a return amount of 3 million or a borrow amount of 3 million, it doesn't seem to matter. For some reason, one way or the other, it still turns into big price movements. Typically, not always, but typically speaking, even with a borrow amount, or I mean a returned amount. So I know it sounds really strange. You're like, wait a minute, how is that possible? I have no idea. I'm just telling you what I've seen historically. Fireworks start to happen when you see a return amount of 3 million or more. And I wish I could make some sense of it. If I sat down and really thought about it really super hard, I probably could figure it out. And I've just never taken the time to really kind of think about why that would be the case. Um, my guess, I mean, 3 million shares is a significant amount of shares to be finding on the market, right? Which I don't think is always the case. Just because they're return shares doesn't necessarily mean that they're actual shares found on the market. It could also mean that they're shares that were loaned, new loans that were created in order to turn those into uh, return of shares to drop down the amount of shares that are needed. I mean, for example, they need 30 million shares between now and mid to late January. So they're going to have to start doing something here soon. You know, days are ticking by, and they're going to have to start making returns. What you're going to start seeing happening pretty soon, if they don't start buying, you know, if they don't start buying either loaned shares and then using those to pay off older loans, or those failure to delivers, is you're going to start seeing them going to the market and buying shares, and that's going to start causing a whole bunch of price discovery. So you know, it's going to get kind of crazy. It is going to get kind of crazy. Price predictions for the day today. I had 27.5 to 35. Eric had 27 to 30. Duncan had 29 to 32, and Monty had 28.5 to 31.5. So some very, very, very close numbers. I just got done. I want to comment on that, Einstein, but I just got done saying what I'm not going to do. I already told you guys. I already told you that the one indicator that I look at triggered on the 8th, and it gave us a countdown for 15 days to the 30th. The 30th was the first date that we should see a big price increase by, and we haven't seen that huge big increase in price yet. So this is why I'm cautiously optimistic about this week, because we did have a double bottom on that indicator, which was the on loan average age per day indicator, and that indicator had a double bottom, signaling that there may be a huge price increase sometime between the 8th of December and the 30th of December, followed by a kind of a retracement a little bit, um, followed by since it's a double bottom, another spike up after that that would happen sometime between the 30th and the 6th of January. So those are kind of the two dates that I'm looking at right now. And if we don't have anything happen by the 30th, it will be the very first time without share dilution that we've ever seen that not be the case. And it will be extremely unusual. So again, extremely cautiously optimistic about this week because I know what's kind of happening in the background too. So we'll see. I don't think so, ABC. I don't think so. Somebody had asked the question earlier today, when would we see those positions being covered since they did close down those hedge funds? Um, my understanding was is that they had already sent money back to their investors. I don't believe that they could do that if they hadn't closed out their positions already. Um, in a liquidation scenario, their money would just be gone. It would be gone until all the liquidation had occurred, and they would not be able to send their money back to their investors unless it was money that they didn't have tied up in the market. I would think they would still probably be, yeah, they would still probably be on the hook for it. So, um, I think that's probably occurred at some point. Fish Killer saying it's like a flywheel. Karl Marx, hello. People saying hedge funds are being vaporized, but the price doesn't move. Um, Actually, ABC, let me reread your question here. Can some of these shares be coming from those hedge funds? No, no. Yeah, I'm still sticking with my same answer. Okay, Carl says, how does the virus affect the AMC price action? I don't. I don't think it does. We're this is not this is a squeeze play, sir. We're retail is buying and holding, irregardless of whether or not there's the movie theater chain is in action or not. We're still just buying and holding. So I think there's this there's a little bit. I understand the fear. I trust me. I totally understand the fear where you're going with that, Carl. I felt that way in I want to say it was like April of this year because I felt like there was going to be a new variant. I can't remember if it was the Delta or what variant it was that was going through at the time, and I kind of worried about the idea that AMC might have to shut back down again, and this, that, and the other, and I kind of kept it hush hush and didn't want to talk about it. Actually, that was later. That was after June. That was much after June. You don't have anything to worry about because the retail group here is not buying and selling this stock based off of how much money or revenue the company is making. Because they're in the red. Believe it or not, they're not making money currently. They will. I think that in Q1, if not Q4, if not Q4, by Q1, I think they will be making money again. And I think that irregardless of what happens with the company, I think we still plan to hold. So I think it's irrelevant because really it's about it all comes down to whether or not we're buying or we're holding. Sorry, if whether we're buying and holding or selling. As long as we're not selling, I don't think there's a problem. Right. JP's saying it affected up until 192 and then the apes started buy in. And really that's the whole that's the beauty behind this. When this stock is being shorted the way that it is, it really doesn't matter what happens to the company. It really matters what we do. We get better support the better the company does. So it's really good that they're improving things. The way that Adam Aaron's kind of taking the company and moving it in a different direction and allowing the company to grow is great for us because that's fundamentals. We're trading this on a technical standpoint. When you start adding fundamentals that are negative and turning them into positives, that starts getting you institutions on your side who are like, yeah, this is a good buy. And that's what we're really looking for. We're really looking for those fundamentals to change. If they don't change, it is not the end of the world. This is still a technical play, and that's what it comes down to. Oh man, come on, Duncan. How dare you say that name in here? No, just kidding. Alan said it's all well and good buying and holding, but they can just play this ping pong game forever without some major change with the U.S. stock. I don't think that's. I mean, to some extent, there I feel like there does have to be somewhat of a catalyst. But I don't think that I don't. I think the catalyst is going to be something that neither any of us will have predicted. A lot of us seem to think that it's going to be the stock market crashing. A lot of us think that it's going to be war. A lot of us think it's going to be um, a retail, commercial retail problem that turns into something else. There's a lot of different theories. I have a feeling it's going to be something that we didn't see. It's going to be this dark night that swoops in and under the radar and catches us all off guard, and and you just won't see it happen. You won't see it happening, and it'll just hit, and we'll be like, where the hell did that come from? It wasn't on our radar. Lou says even if they're in the process of getting vaporized, it will take time. Same as with Evergrande from the default is obvious. to all it will impact the market can take some time. Yeah, it could take some time, but they issued their money back though, Duncan. I don't know how they could issue money back to their investors if they hadn't liquidated already. Well, yeah, JP is correct. As long as the company doesn't go bankrupt, but I don't foresee that happening. Einstein's saying that we might not know what the catalyst was. That's a possibility. It's a possibility. I would hope we knew what it was, though. Eventually, it'd be nice to know, even if it takes 10 or 15 years. It's gonna be one of those small little companies that goes out of business, and it's like somehow turns into like a huge snowball. 'I'm gonna care, Einstein. Believe it or not, I'm gonna care. I really do. Um, Maybe not right at that moment, but I do care. Believe it or not, I am going to be researching why things happen the way they happened. Volume really kind of picked up here towards the end, didn't it? What are we down to here? Yeah, it picked up, but it's, it's still kind of crap. El crapo. 2.83 million what? Crazy Pepe. Confused. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I needed to figure out. I should have had the volume off. My bad. Yeah, it looks like we're just kind of finishing out the day here, right inside that wedge. A little bit of a breakout there going on. In fact, you could almost say that this looks like a descending parallel channel going into the end part. So when we had the breakout there, it does kind of look a little bit like. Let me just see if that works out or not. Sure looks like it. Which, when it breaks out, should be bullish, but it'll be the aftermarket hour, so maybe not, because it'll just trade sideways. Well, guys, it's getting close to the end of the day here. I got a new exit with this stream deck. I've got a new exit outro song that plays. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but we'll figure it out here. Give it a run through here in just a few minutes. I'm really surprised, Duncan, that you watch Lou. I'm really surprised. That kind of threw me off a little bit. I wouldn't have put you as a Lou follower. Well, I shouldn't say follower, but I would have I wouldn't have thought of you as a Lou watcher. You didn't strike me as I don't know. I'm kind of taken aback by that a little bit. No, no offense to anybody who's watching. I just happen to know Duncan, so I was kind of like surprised by that. Didn't seem like his kind of guy. It's very interesting. Maybe I don't know Duncan as well as I thought I knew Duncan. I used to watch Lou. I used to watch Lou, so I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Oh, okay. It was not, but it doesn't matter. You still knew it. I haven't watched him in a long time, guys. I really haven't watched him. Um, every once in a while, actually, I got one of his streams to pop up on my main feed this weekend. Is Duncan Composite Man? JP, stop trying to change the subject. We're talking about Duncan here. I know. I know. All right, guys. It's that time of day. Here we go. We're gonna try this. We're gonna try this exit. Maybe the music's too low. I don't know. You know what time of the day it is. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. It's a new day tomorrow. Get your brain ready for it. Go love on your family. If you don't have family, go love on your friends. If you don't have friends, go beat up some kids on the internet. But above all else, don't just have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Tide is now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Danny, you sound good.
Discovery Houston,